Okay. Let's get rolling. Here's a hint of things to come tonight. Just jotting down some ideas. Okay. So this afternoon, managed to get some really good, I think, faction design work done. So much so that I need to copy over some notes. What's up, Construct? Oh yeah, writing and then some. That just sounds like fun via extra steps. Oh, it's gonna be fun. Luckily, there's fun along the way. Okay, so I figured out. I am taking some inspiration. So what's the deal here? Gibson says. Just give me like a two sentence summary. Just make the plot. Well, the key here is the vivid. The vivid are the local inhabitants and the self-appointed protectors of the Prismatic Isle. And due to the light that's often seen coming from their eyes, they are derogatorily called bright eyes. This is very Last of Us 2 inspired, right? The Last of Us 2 had the Seraphites. The Seraphites were called Scars, right? So that's one source of inspiration I'm picking up for that. And the vivid feels like it all starts with that. So I really like the simplicity of a prefix-suffix system and that construction of a consonant-vowel-consonant with, I think, the reverse. I like that. That feels That's an interesting sort of, again, and sort of nod to that inspiration. But I think I can work with that. Not strictly only this, but this is why I was jotting down vowel and consonant pairings, because some of those will probably feel better than others. No, I was just teasing you, Gibson. I'm happy to walk through it for as long as you're willing to listen. The VVVV. Well, what if they call themselves the Vivid? At least in this case. What if it was strong and weak? And what if id equals earth? Because the Vivid specifically are defenders of the island. I even like this idea of like they live they're one and the same. The Vivid are the local inhabitants due to the light. So basically, they've been living on this island, absorbing this like magical energy all their lives. So I think that the first time the party sees the local inhabitants, first of all, they're going to have arrows shot at them, and the people shooting the arrows are going to look like they have glowing like eyes made of light. So they're going to look terrifying. They're going to look like a sea of. That's just going to be a scary sight. But in reality, it's just basically like a part of their nature now that since they've basically lived their entire lives on this prismatic isle that gives off all these magical properties. So bright eyes is like a derogatory term that people like that gets put on them, but what they actually call themselves is the Vivid. I like that thought too. Construct the dreary. Maybe that's a way to work in this idea of the breathers. T, does consonant, vowel, consonant always take the larger, more positive form of the opposite, like how prefixes and interrogative are positive and suffix are negative? That's kind of what I was thinking, and not just because you wrote it in such a succinct way. I think that the consonant, vowel, consonant feels like protection. It feels like respect, honor, reverence, and that is like central to how they view their role in the world. Crane's just being a crazy cat. Suffix id as a noun, and the core is the adjective, or is viv the prefix? Feels like it could be the core because it's a palindrome. Or is viv the prefix? Yeah, in this case. Yeah. Yep. Square and strong, round and soft. Yeah. Let me just. Just so I don't forget to come back to that. So, basic premise here. What do you want? I know what you want. Why am I asking a cat what a cat wants? All right, story time. Crane, come here. So, this first session was about bringing the group together. So, now they're sailing, now they're on their way. Second session, old session number 1, new session number 2. Hey, Noel. Are all the palindromic cores truly palindromic? Yeah, I think it has to have the matching or the I think it has to go that's what. So what I was beginning to write down is like, okay, well, for if I say 5 vowels, then they're going to be 21 times 5, so 110 possible combinations. And if I write all of those out, I'll pick out the ones that sound unique, with maybe a couple that are useful for building a puzzle clue around, if that makes sense. That's where my mind is going anyway. So this next session, they'll be fighting off a sea monster of some sort. The purpose being to see how many of the crew they can help save. They'll be meeting the crew. What's up, tired? I understand. That guy's counting Y as a vowel. Counting Y as a consonant. What did I say? 200. Yeah, 210. Right, 5 times the. Wait. I was just thinking of singular combinations. So yeah, double what I said. Yeah. So go, dude. Only a cat can demand your time and then treat you like the jerk. T, don't lose sleep because of me. Don't do it. Don't make me feel... This is like a... Well, it would be a slightly more efficient version of Blueprints, I guess. Okay. Back to the plot question. There are basically 6 key moments spread throughout these sessions. They start on the ship, defending it, saving as many of the crew as they can, meeting the crew, and then being given their basically the quest. It's sort of a rite of passage to go to this prismatic isle and return with treasure. Everybody on the crew does it. Their ship effectively burns this treasure to be the fastest ship on the water, and I imagine that they'll basically send them with a map of the island and instructions to go find a polished stone on the beach, and that polished stone is going to give them instructions about where to find this. And the whole thing is like, yeah, well, this is it's a bit of a test. If you can do this, then you're with our crew for life, right? They go to the beach and they'll be basically immediately, well, they'll find the stone, they'll get the clue, and then they'll be basically ambushed by arrows. That's when the Vivid attack. And the Vivid attack, because the Vivid attack anybody on site, basically. They don't want anybody on this island, especially because they've seen this crew and probably others, I imagine, over time. So they are a pretty hostile group. The party solves the puzzle, solves the treasure hunt, or completes the treasure hunt, and finds there's a little bit more complexity there, but we'll just high points right now. Through a series of events, they're going to actually find themselves falling down to basically a ruined city underneath. Think very kind of Uncharted vibes, right? Hitting all of the island adventure tropes that I want to hit. The underground temple is a great place for them to learn a lot of this language stuff. I like to plan it early, probably as early as the beach. But this is where they basically see the history of the Vivid and what they do on this island, as well as signs of monsters. Upon being attacked by one of those monsters down here is when they will be saved by a member of the Vivid, going back to our Last of Us 2 inspiration. Haven't created that character yet, but there will be basically a mute member, because not mute in essence, but like the language barrier will be there, but a member of this scary, like, bright-eyed group is going to save them and be willing to work with them. Working with this person, they will make their way up out of this underground temple, this underground city, probably passing by a fairly large amount of prismatic treasure and getting a sense of how it works, and maybe even transforming some of their weapons. I'm not really sure. And they'll basically traverse the rocky cliffs, perhaps the weak earth that the Vivid typically avoid because it's full of these monsters. So this is really where the monster that was killed in the underground temple, which is some sort of basically like a sea monster on land. Haven't fully fleshed this idea out, but something 10 or 12 feet tall, Bigfoot-esque, but like a sea monster version. And this person who saves them is very much like actively terrified of these creatures, but they'll navigate and make their way up to the surface and discover that past those sort of forbidden cliff-size paths, past all these monsters, there is a cove and a hidden lighthouse. This lighthouse does a couple of things. One, it gives off a blue light from the what do they call it? Whatever the top of a lighthouse is called. The door also has a very particular type of sigil. The markings on that door's sigil will actually line up with the markings on the furnace of the ship that the party came from. I skipped over the part where they get shown how the ship works and how it consumes the prismatic treasure. What's up, Luke? Well, good luck with that. And this is about when the party realizes that, or the part of finding the lighthouse and traversing the lighthouse is where they find out that actually these monsters have been this cultist or this group, which I'm calling the Torchbearers. And the Torchbearers are effectively scientists. They're engineers, they're artificers, and they are led by the ship's old quartermaster. So the party, the reason that they'll recognize that sigil is because the markings were also on the ship's furnace. That's because the person who figured out how to use the prismatic treasure in this way basically parted ways with the ship because they wanted to do more than just make a ship really fast. They wanted to do more with this blue magic. And so the Scooby-Doo nature, or the Scooby-Doo aspect, has been by using the light, or one way that they've, kind of a creepy way that they've used it, is to basically create this mass hallucination on the island where when the lighthouse is on, the members of the Torchbearers appear to be these monster creatures to anybody on the island. With the light off, they are seen for what they are, and turning the light off also gives the party the chance to call for help from their ship. And with everybody kind of coming together at the north end of the island, the Vivid, the Torchbearers, and the crew of the Poseidon, the party has to decide one way or another what to do with this island. That's the moral question at the end of all of this, is really only one of these groups can be satisfied. There's no way to please everybody, right? The Vivid want everybody gone and for the island to become truly protected and safe. The Torchbearers want to exploit the hell out of the materials they found there and bring it to the world, change the world even. And of course, the Poseidon would very much like to be the only ones who know about the treasure for how they've been using it. So somewhere in the midst of all of that, somebody's got to win, others have to lose, and that's the quandary at the end. Let me read. Hey, Roche. Thanks for stopping by. The Pathfinder games had a tribe that was deep underground. Their origin was supposed to be they were the first paladins, but were corrupted by demons. From that tribe, there are two companions you can choose from. One that's betraying the clan, another that's helping the clan. It turns out their origin was them being half demon only, not paladins. Hey, Gravital. Could be fun to extend the fake myth and maybe introduce a fake friendly Vivid that's actually working with the Torchbearers. Gotcha. So my original plan was to have the party pick a member of the crew from the first well, second session now, but to pick a member of the crew to basically travel to the island with them, sort of as like a chaperone. This to reinforce the idea that, you know, this rite of passage is not supposed to be deadly. This rite of passage is almost this like fun thing that it's an initiation rite. It also gives me, you know, an NPC in the group to travel along with them. Now though, I'm like, well, okay, well what if they didn't have somebody from the ship, but they ran into like another survivor, somebody else who was running and hiding from the Vivid or from the Bright Eyes, and that's a member of this cult of the Torchbearers that's also basically, what if the party is there on the beach not realizing that the Vivid are there to drive them away and the Torchbearers are there to basically also make sure they don't go north? What if both factions are there, one of them openly hostile and the other one kind of friendly? The benefit is that the Torchbearers, who are the manipulative force, they are the kind of the scheming ones that are trying to trick everybody. It makes sense for a member of that group to be sort of being tricky like that at the beginning. Atlantis vibes, I think the princess is friendly to the explorers should turn out to be their salvation. I like being able to potentially pick a wrong path with multiple people being friendly. Yeah, right. I mean, at the end, I think all of the groups would want the party on their side. I don't think that it's really about the party necessarily until they choose sides. My goal with kind of crafting these factions is that they all could reasonably be correct. Like, you could look at all three of them and say, these are the guys that win. Technically, if they side with their ship and against the Torchbearers, it's potentially they could find some equilibrium with the Vivid by like, okay, we'll only take some treasure from your island, but otherwise we'll make sure nobody knows to go here anymore. Because I really wanted it to be like that was the my big goal is, can I do like a 5 to 10 session thing where at the end it's a really compelling, hopefully like, you know, thoughtful choice that the party has to make. Because I'm also not necessarily giving them the answer to some of these like big key questions, like, is there a truth to, is this magic important? The Torchbearers want to use it to change the world, to introduce a brand new variation of magic to the world. That seems like it could be a noble thing. Whereas the Vivid are convinced that if you take all this magic away, basically the world ends. Like all of the land sinks into all of the ocean type of thing. And nobody's going to say for sure one way or the other. I'm not sure that I even know the answer to it. Anyway. So. Lots to plan. Okay, so this should be session number 2. This becomes session 3. Luckily, I don't have to have everything figured out all at once. We'll go bit by bit. See, I added a session to my list that involved like basically a party prologue. So it's already up to 7 sessions. This is already getting out of hand, right? I also like a small campaign because now I'm looking very closely at like how I organize. Like, okay, so I like factions, I like characters. That's correct. The Torchbearers are a group of engineers and alchemists secretly living in the lighthouse in the northern cove of the Prismatic Isle. They are seeking to understand and harvest the magic of the island while keeping the local inhabitants out of their hair. Their sigil is a series of stars over a flame with the words Kyrios Helios for Masters of the Sun and Light written underneath. So I don't normally just like straight up use Greek, but Eye of Poseidon was chosen by the party, so I feel like, okay, Poseidon is like the god of the sea. The person who founded this one is like, okay, god of the sun or the light. That's, you know, masters of the sun and light. That's how they see themselves as the Torchbearers. The lighthouse, when active, allows the Torchbearers to disguise themselves as 12-foot-tall humanoid monsters of the sea. They use this form to ward off the locals, which refer to monsters as breathers. This is breathers, or perhaps... would you say, I think Construct had one like the dreary or like the gray, something in contrast to the bright eyes. got it, T. So, what to do? The framework of a language. Locations on the island. A rhyme to find a puzzle. And then, of course, the map itself. T, you have words over here with words. You have 230 words. What am I to do with 230 words? Let's see. Copy pastable? How kind of you. Yeah, that's basically what I was doing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Copy pastable indeed. Ah. Okay, let me see. Can I paste as... That'll do. So BCA, gotcha, okay. Cool. So AE, nice. AEIO and U with Y as an option. Look at you. Nailed it. So my kind of sort of thought here is that there's probably, and I'm saying this cautiously, this is just my thought process. There's probably a use case for every consonant, but I don't think any would double up with other vowels. I don't think that means that a definition for each is necessary, but I think that there's probably, so in other words, like to have Viv and Ev means that I'd have no place for Vav or Ovo. Certainly nothing for Vuv or Uvu. For Viv or Yivi. For Vav or Ava. They sound nice. They do sound nice. That's the... But it's a place to begin. And it also allows a 5-way decision for any consonant, right? Which is... doesn't mean something couldn't be doubled back on, but it does give a decision point. So it's like Bab and Abba, Beeb and Ebi, Bib and Ibby, Bob and Obo. Like, I think I like Bob and Obo. Bub and Bib. I don't know, I think this is fine. I mean, you basically cut down a lot of my time already because I was going to have to figure out how to type this out anyway. Oop. Obviously can't use Zhaj and Aja because that's too Arajan. Gotta stay away from that one. So, kak and aka, kek and ese, sik and isi, kok and oko, kook and uku. I do like a good kook. You vote Lil Bebnen. It's sort of a silly way to. Here, let me look at this. Let me see if there would be any Ys that we would use, because then I can cut out a bunch. Feef and Yeefy would be cut. I don't mind that. What do I want to make my players try to pronounce? Yellow, Lyle. Hey Panda. But trust me, this is D&D related. This is all about making a better session. It's totally necessary. Got an SYS down there. Z. I don't know. Should probably with a rye. We probably need the rye, right? The rye and the year. Pip and Yippee. Pip and Yippie's not bad. Is it better than Pup and Upu? Well, here's where I'd say it is. Pup is already a word. Gig and Yiggy. Oh no. No. It sort of is. It sort of is, Panda. It's gonna probably amount to a half a language. So can you see did and Yiddy? Did and Yiddy's not bad. This is sort of absurd. Okay. So none of those. Yeah, I like those. Seek and EC. How does Aya have symmetry? Any more than every other one here has symmetry. Like that. All the letters are symmetric. symmetric. LAL does not have symmetry, neither does... You could add accented letters. True. Could do that. True madness. I've got the B. Okay. Well, there's also a possibility that you guys. Well, there's also a possibility that when a certain version of this that gets used is the easy part, right? Is to symbolize these things because of its because of the 3-letter nature. I think it becomes and we're simplifying to just characters. I think they could be substituted then for symbols, and now we could start to string together ideas that yeah, all of that, everything you guys are saying, for sure. Pip and Yippee. Okay, let's go back up here. ECE. We're finding vowel and consonant pairings. Kind of a word game. So this part of my island game is inspired by blueprints, in that I'm using their simple prefix-suffix system to try to put together some simple ideas that I can use as I am building out this island map, these locations, the puzzle associated, all that kind of stuff. But right now it's just a long list of all possible combinations and eliminating what I can. Yeah, there. That's a good explanation. Okay. Okay, so F, F-A. Fief and Eefy. I like that one. This is how you quickly start writing things that I just can't. I will not be following those words any longer. Just so you are aware, I can make sense of none of them. well, to some extent, the mystery has to be solvable in theory, right? In a handful of sessions without it being... Right, so the idea is, and then they might end up being more, but as we pull these out, the idea is to have, the idea is that the vivid comes from viv, which means strong, and id, which means earth. So they protect the earth. They keep the earth strong. And I think that this VIV, the like I could foresee a symbol that basically puts the energy, like the eye symbol might represent this prismatic energy, and the V's in this case would symbolize them, like they are protecting it. And so based on that model of consonant, vowel, consonant, that representing strength, and the vowel, consonant, vowel is the reverse. Like if the ivy here is if the power got out, if the magic got out, right? It's surrounding them. It's everywhere. That's weakness. That's the material plane falls apart. So using that model of strength in that structure and weakness in this structure, basically we have a system to use consonant, vowel, consonant to make a bunch of concepts, a bunch of like pro and con, or just like opposite concepts. Like Bob and Oboe. Okay. Truth versus truth. Probably ho and oho. Okay, so H is either going to be those two. Not sure which one. C. We have B, C, D. Okay. Get rid of some of these other ones. Okay. might be best one. So that one, I could see either of those working. Maybe they should be, because that pattern in blueprints worked really well for us, I think. And in terms of understanding, like we may only have 9 or 10, adjectives out of all of this, and their pairs that even are useful. Sure. I mean, you saw how far I thought of it so far with this, so. What insight is that? Keek and Iki. Kokonoko. Kokonyuku. Sticking to 3 letters here is the end all be all. No, I'm not. So the these are really just sort of the workhorse words, because these allow understanding this pattern will unlock a lot of understanding. Like that you can provide a few of these and open the door to understanding a lot more of them. There would also need to be other nouns. So the vivid, so Viv and Ivy are strong and weak. Id is earth. So vivid, strong earth. Whereas Ivid would be weak earth, which could maybe be like smooth into a better one, but because the core of every word is an adjective, that means that no noun can exist without a modifier or opinion on it. You can't just have a house. It has to be a big house, a small house, a good house, a strong house. With big, small, good, and strong, all words in of themselves, the culture that places the significance or implication of an object at a higher importance than the object's physical reality. Good point. That is a question. Probably Zaz and Azza. Ozo. Zuz and Uzu. Zaz. Yeah, in this case, I mean, I could always do some sort of replacement alphabet to get real crazy with it, but Thanks. Yeah, autocorrect is having a field day with this stuff. Yep. I mean, I think it's a good question about what to do with the rest. I have really only thought, like, you guys have seen most of my thoughts on it so far. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think that if the Vivid get their name, if they call themselves that, then I think that adjective plus noun would be a lot of things. I still like the idea of certain compounds actually representing one letter. Now in our case, so, but I mean, I'm also showing my cards a little bit, right? Because I'm reverse engineering Vivid to be two different concepts smushed together, because I want to use this simple system to do the same thing. So I would very much like for things on the island to have names like this, that on first glance, something like Vivid, it's like, oh, okay, I guess that's because they're bright, close to the light. That all is true, but it holds this extra meaning. I'm not sure what those things are yet, but I think with these simple sets of symbols, we can get there. The id and D idea. I think relying so heavily on these kind of mirrored constructions makes me want to make the nouns distinct. I think you guys know a lot more about language than I do. Tat and Ada. Tet and Edda. Right. Yeah. So oh. Maybe I get what you're saying. So like I'm oversimplifying it, so it would actually be It has to go. They go in the place that they go. So, so I think this makes it like if you saw those two, like I could certainly imagine puzzles that would involve like if you saw like that would certainly suggest a relationship that you could extract where it's like, okay, well, some of these are together and some of these are apart and some of these are shuffled around. So nouns have to begin or end with a vowel, but not both, or maybe they can be sandwiched. I think it's okay. Like if for some reason Earth was, if it wasn't id, if it was like, because really it could be that, but you could also, I'm also comfortable with something like this, right? Like if for some reason it didn't work, like if it was actually this, right? Like if there was some reason that there was a clash, but honestly, most of the time that should work just fine anyway. The position itself has no grammatical correct because the position is a requisite. So in this case, I'm leaning on like the way that like Greek words would be or Greek sentences could be formed, where the order of the things is not actually like it's I guess it's not even really strictly a Greek thing. Lots of different languages, like rather than the order being super important, it really is just, yeah, that doesn't have any of it. Because what I'm thinking with Greek is actually sentence structure and not word structure. Never mind. Where was I? It could be. Yep, I see what you're saying. Is it a wow and an oo? I can't really put oo in here, can I? That can't be a thing. It's got to be wow and oo. That's all I could do. All right, I'll throw it in here as an option. Is the noun, and you have it. Make it fun. I'm up for making it fun. Exa 6 Ixie Socks Oxo. Ooh, Socks and Oxo I think I like. Okay, you guys get your wish. You think that every word should alternate vowels and consonants all the way. That would be the most satisfying way. And since the nouns are all invented anyway, like that, even though maybe they need to, in some cases, be combined. Yeah. Still an exploration phase here. How did you Z? Why did Z? Oh, does Y get to exist both ways? I guess it could, huh? No, we don't have it here. No, Y is the vowel here. No, we already have it. Yeah, we already did it. Good for Y. Lel and Ella probably makes sense. Yeah. No, loan words I think are going to be essential. I mean, that's part of what I found about the blueprints thing. I found so appealing, right? Is that you can use that to sort of soften the blow, right? Like you can find and get an idea of the kind of contents a message has, even if a lot of it is hard to make sense of. It's like, well, I know some of these words, and that sort of implies that these connector pieces are modifiers to that word, and that gives you, I think that gets you at least like a third of the way there. I thought that was really clever. Not very many, I think less than 20. Sass and Asa. Well, we have Zaz and Aza. Sass and Sis and EC. Ooh, I like EC. Sos and Oso. Sus and Usu. Sus is... Gotta have fun with it, right? Jor, Lor, Hugh, Trey, Yate, Loon, Dai, Nai, Array. Yeah, and I'm not suggesting necessarily that I'll use all of these. Just a way to start the process. Irajan is the name of the language in blueprints that you learn. A little bit of inspiration from a bunch of different sources, hopefully end up with something that doesn't feel exactly like anything. I even realized while putting this stuff together where I'm like, and I've never even seen these movies, but the Vivid even calls to mind the Na'vi, like with the V in there. Never even seen those movies. But it's still in my head. Yeah, I hate to be judgmental of movies that I haven't seen, but it always seemed to me from the outside looking in like a whole lot of noise and not a lot of signal. It seemed like they would just be like empty calorie type of movies, so I never bothered. Let's get M and E, Mom and Omo, Mom and Umu. Let's try that. Honestly, the other nice part about these is that it'll never be hard to swap them out. Like, Impressive feats of movie making. Yeah, imagine if they did more, right? Almost done. Pip and Yippee. Sorry, T. I feel like I told you. I feel like the first thing I did when you were like, I'm gonna go grab my laptop, it's like, get out of here. You have students tomorrow. Yeah, unobtainium. Yeah. I agree. That may have been the thing that I was like, oh, okay, I don't need to see these movies then. It's like a joke. It's like an excuse. It's like a big excuse to just do all the noise. Like, it would have been so neat. Like, I still think Titanic is such an amazing movie to watch. I kind of wish James Cameron could have just gone and been an obsessive history buff about other natural, not natural, but these other like historical events and made movies about them, because he was so diligent about the details. It's just water, maybe. It's a weird obsession, but okay. I think we got it. E, C, D, F, G, H, J, K, L, M, N, P, Q, R, S, T, V, W, X, Y, Z. Come on. We have strong and weak. We need good and bad. That's right. That's the... How about yay and ayay? Yay and aya? We've done literally what you can see on here with strong and weak. No, I'm not. Not yet. I don't have the ability to do that for this. But we're gonna start with adjectives and probably throw in some nouns and see how close I get on some things. It's a good idea. Fief and Eefy for old and new. Oh, I did rear and Yuri. True, north, false, positive, big, small. Well, the other thing, too, is that they can go in either order, right? And in fact, there's... Okay, so far I think we're good. Because I feel like the implication is that this is always in the positive direction, the strong. The first is always the priority. So old would be the priority for them, not new. Yeah. I want to pair this. Yep. Dark, light, or in this case, light, dark. True. Oh, hot and oohoo. No, it's not, but that short long would be probably simplified to big small. What about this? You can also see it there. Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, we're sort of taking a first swipe at them here. I think good and bad, strong and weak, old and new, fast and slow, true and false, hard and soft, light and dark, big and small. I think these are all fairly basic at this point. I think loud and quiet is a good one. But you could also go big and small sound for that. Or how about more and less, Gibson? Or like, you know, more or fewer. Sure. Yeah, because I mean, it's going to be the kind of stuff. Stuff like that. That's more than old and new, but it's using the same structure. But rotten is more time. Fresh is less time. It fits with old and new. Yeah. To say it's preferred. May just be a bad. Sorry, I'm trying to also keep up with all the stuff you guys are saying. Sorry if I missed something. Just repeat it. No, I think that the way that we get to that is with the. I think more or less is definitely needs to be in here because then you'd have a noun like important, and then you'd prefix it or suffix it with more or less, right? Maybe that's the. Maybe. I don't know. No. I feel like alive and dead would be before healthy and sick. Because then you could also do more alive and more dead or less alive. We didn't have one of you said loud and quiet. True. You got it. Well, the fun part about that too. What do you guys think of that idea? That one's again, we're drifting from like to maybe, but it could be useful Tetame is fun because some of these would be fun to combine because then I could actually have things that I could say as their friendly vivid that they can't speak to. That could be kind of fun. Tetame. I'd be like, okay, so Tetame is it's dying, or it's not alive anymore, right? Long, shorter, old, new. Yeah, it could. Nah, that's why I have it highlighted because I don't feel viv about it. I feel pretty ivy about it. How about the idea of wise? Again, these are not. There are probably other ways. There are other ways of communicating it, but totally could. Yeah. You have a word. Oh, you're talking about nouns. How about something like family and exile, or member versus exile, or maybe we have near and far, right? No, we don't have near and far. We need near and far. Near and far and friend or foe. Friend or foe, yeah, it would be. We definitely need near and far. Yeah. Yeah, it could. No, it could. All of the modifiers could fold in to some point, yeah. But in this case, like big and small are like, well, I'm also thinking of them as modifiers to the other ones. I feel like this one's just begging to be something about. Maybe not. Nah, you should T. Oh, well, this is honestly enough for me to get moving with anyway. We'll see what else I can come up with. Oh, late and early. Yeah, it's true, Gibson. Absolutely. And even then, it only matters to the extent that any of them are used, right? And made possible to even be decoded. Some of this is just dipping our feet in to see what could be. Late is sus. That works for me. Ooh. Is early not preferable? Well, the problem then is just with sus. Get out of here. Stop. Stop questioning. This is a lot to work with. A lot to work with. So that, so beginning, okay, I'm gonna extrapolate on this a little bit. I just want to jot down some of these thoughts before. Constant vowel, constant construction with reverse vowel, constant vowel. Okay, so that's something. That's all something. Break this down. Framework of a language. Certainly have a framework. Let's talk island locations. I also have notes on that. Where did I put it? I'll put it back here. What points of interest would entice a party to explore? What points of interest are under control of each faction? These are good questions. And a few other ideas. So there's this idea, going back to like the structure, going back to the session. Did I have like a session overview? I should have a session overview. Maybe a shallow and a deep. Deep in this case would be bad. some concept, I feel like, of familiar and less familiar. We can only sort of intimate at, we can only sort of lean toward that now. Known and unknown, familiar and strange. Known and unknown are probably better. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Sort of stress testing some of these ideas as I go, thinking about words that could be helpful to use. Concept of which should just be folded into something else. Yeah, I think so. It's it's science up until a point, and then it's more art than science, right? Because all that really matters is what makes it, well, from my perspective, the most important thing is what makes it just that little bit clearer versus it being like precise and correct. So what I'm stress testing here, like, okay, well, how many of these might I find myself wanting to work in and use? Like, certainly Vivid and IDV, like, if I don't like that, if I don't want to use those, then system bad, or at least not good for the game. Same with, like, you know, something like Almiki or Almobo, like deep and dark water. I could see myself wanting to use that. Yeah, just trying to. Well, and just like anything else, I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, this is all just lore, and lore only matters to the extent that it manifests on the page or you know, manifests in the game, and as it's super useful to do this. But I wouldn't be surprised if maybe only 5 or 6 of these actually end up seeing the light of day, right? So to some extent, it's less about precision and more about like, well, that's what I had, but actually when you go through it, like the ones that are going to be used are, you know, a handful of these, and then the other ones can stay open for more. Yeah, it's flexible. Captain Second Uncle. It's true. It's true. Okay, so the lighthouse here. Old quartermaster. Determine light to be cause of monster appearance. Examples of inventions by crew. Ends with calling for help. Calling everyone. Okay. At least now I've got a better summary of the sessions. That way it's easier to talk about. Talk about those by session number. Now I can get back to here. So on the one hand, it could be really great So originally I was thinking that the party would travel with a member of the Poseidon crew, which would be able to indicate them when they've basically run astray, right? So the crew, I just call them crew. I think Poseidon crew lets them know they've gone way beyond the rite of passage, right? Plans change. Whereas the torchbearer, what can the torchbearer do? Well, the benefit, I guess I have to eject this idea for the torchbearer being present, because I think the only value of that is in service of a twist. What a twist. And I think that's bad writing. Now, what would be nice, if I found a way to do this, a real value would be that the party is basically spending a big chunk of this game with a member from each faction, right? Because they're going to pick up they'll definitely pick up a member of the Vivid in the 4th session. So if they had, like, if they start with a crew member in the 3rd session, they pick up a torchbearer, like a secret torchbearer, because really the torchbearers are the duplicitous ones. So I'm okay with them presenting as like they're gathering whatever information they can and doing so secretively. So I'm okay with that sort of, if them being the ones to do that. that could actually be really good because then they could make a compelling case. Okay. This is becoming a different sort of, this is becoming more, which is good. Nope. This is becoming, I don't want to see second editor. Thank you. Okay. What is this called? Companions, not companions. Kind of non-player character companions. Who does it make sense to travel with while on the island? Okay, so that is actually 100%. So we'll take it. Call it a crewmate. Torchbearer and Vivid. Having it ends up being a pretty busy group, traveling with one member of each faction, at least for part of the mini campaign, will give the group a better understanding of everyone when it comes time for the decision at the end. Do they travel separately with each, or do the NPCs overlap? So the crewmate would row to the shore with the party in session, call it 2-3. The torchbearer would lie and present as a castaway looking for help getting off the island, and I would say also session 2-3. Where the Vivid would save or be saved. Now, it would be a bunch for me to juggle, but it could certainly illustrate. Okay. That's when they enter. Hmm. Okay. So maybe there is a way to. I think as much as I don't want to, I think if I allow the torchbearer to be the duplicitous one, I think I can make it work. Okay, I'll keep thinking about that. But I do like the idea of them all traveling, getting a lot of time with each, ideally. So what I'm thinking about, what could be kind of neat. Okay. So at the end of the second session is when the party will choose a crew member from the ship to accompany them to the island. Now this is when it still seems to be the case that this is basically not an adventure on rails necessarily. There's risk and there's danger, and they'd be warned about the bright eyes, the vivid, the locals being a threat. But it's probably been a while since the crew has approached this island, but they're confident, but they're like, listen, this is your rite of passage, but you're going to be chaperoned. You pick a member of the crew, they're going to come with you. Anybody but the captain. Captain can't leave the ship. And then I like this idea that it's so much an adventure on bumpers that the quest rock at the beach, like there's literally a rock that they've inscribed basically like a set of instructions for solving the treasure hunt, for solving the map. But the quest rock seemingly has been changed. It's not what it was before. And that would confuse the crew member. But they wouldn't have much time to sort that out, because with the information from the rock that the crew member doesn't remember, they would be attacked by Vivid And I would say their rowboat's burned up. Burned. So I imagine this is sort of a flee into the jungle sort of thing. And then they solve the new treasure hunt. They solve the replacement treasure hunt. Because what else are they going to do? Okay. Yeah. It's not that Quest Rock doesn't sound right to the crew member. It's that the destination that they end up at doesn't seem right. We can't call into question the quest itself. And a disengaged crew member not noticing that the quest rock has been changed, they may not realize that until they get to the final destination where they're like, hey, this isn't where the treasure is usually found. That leads to either a trap. Ooh, a trap would make sense. Or an attack. So it'd be sometime during this session 3 that they would be approached by a torchbearer, basically as a survivor of a shipwreck, a castaway who's been living in the woods or living in the jungle, and presents as looking for help. This would happen during the treasure hunting in the 3rd session. But they're the ones who replaced Quest Rock. They would actually probably have on them the original Quest Rock. So they're very aware of the trap potential of this new location. In fact, is it a trap location, or it might even just be the intent of Quest Rock, the intent of the new quest is to put the party or to put any explorers more in line with running into, like, basically running directly into the jungle, running directly into the line of the Vivid. Why would the torchbearer travel with them? Because the torchbearer potentially wants to recruit one or more members of the party. He's interested in gauging whether they are new recruits. It's not the same old pirate crew. They actually have new members, and so maybe the torchbearers can add to their numbers, especially because some of the members of the party are clever. We have an artificer and stuff like that, so that would be their motivation. So when the trap is triggered or the attack causes the falling through the ruins into the underground temple, the torchbearer in the chaos is going to cause the separation from the crew member, shoving them down a different pathway, shoving them out of the line of the whatever, right? Perhaps pushing the crew member out of the way of the trap so that everyone else falls down. They know where the trap is going. Something to that effect, maybe. That separates them from the crew member. Now they're in the underground traveling with the torchbearer. That happens until the torchbearer comes to kind of determine that these people are not worth recruiting, maybe, and decides to separate from the group, enable this illusion magic to dissuade them by appearing as a monster, inadvertently gets killed by a helpful Vivid who's been following or finds them in the underground, and the torchbearer NPC gets killed. But the party wouldn't know that it's the torchbearer NPC. The cool part about doing it this way is that the monster could be killed, and they could loot the monster. They could see what the monster is carrying. Maybe the monster was gripping something and they pry it and they find the original quest rock. And they're like, the monster took it. Why does the monster, and the Vivid wouldn't be able to explain too much because there's a language barrier. They might even make a reasonable guess that their previous companion, this torchbearer the castaway, transformed. They may even guess that. That'd be a heck of a reach. And only when they realize that there are no monsters and that the torchbearers transform could they think back and realize the nature of the person they killed and why they had the quest rock, the original quest rock. Okay. Got it. I've got something in my head now. Okay. guess I don't tape out cemetery very often. Okay, let me go refresh my coffee while it's still fresh. Be right back. Oh, Stefan, congratulations. How'd it go? Good chemistry. That's awesome. That's great. Glad to hear it. Well, you're probably more than halfway there, right? That's awesome. How big's your group? And remind me, you're talking as the DM or are you a player in the group? Remind me. History of the island. Look out. In and out. Nice. 12 people, so it's been 2 sessions because they're all into play. Oh, cool. Nice. So you've got a couple groups then. That's exciting. That's a lot. That's a sizable group you have there. Let's see. With the temple. This be like the top of, it'd be like the most accessible part of like the old underground the old city. Oh, hey, go for it. Sorry, I didn't even see you there. Just in the zone over here. So I think that the crew, the ship's crew, would have some cutesy name for it. I think that they would have built a cabin A little shanty, a shack. And I think it serves a couple of purposes. I'm trying to look for like a cutesy name that they could use for it, like an away. Like almost like a home away from home type of thing. Oh, what's the name for Shaza, exactly. Maybe it's like the Sirens Shack. Sirens Shanty. Because I didn't pick it, but the party chose the name, the Eye of Poseidon, as the ship that they're on. So I can lean a little bit into, yeah. So I think... What's the, it's like a getaway. Word for it, getaway. Maybe. Yeah, it's kind of what I was looking at, Shaza, like god of the sea. Well, and when I look up the two, because I'll admit I'm not up on a lot of Greek mythology typically, but if I look up like Poseidon and sirens, while not directly associated, they're sometimes linked to him through various interpretations. Some sources suggest sirens were the daughters of the river god Achilles and a muse, or that they were associated with the sea and water in general, which is also within Poseidon's domain. So they wouldn't necessarily be like a scourge, right? They would be friendly. Overhanging eaves, ski resorts. Maybe it's a chalet. Would they actually? That might be too fancy for what they would call it. Siren's break, maybe. It's like a break house, like a getaway, like a break. Separate or cause to separate, sustain, cause good, fleeing, for disappearance. Hey, Noel. Yeah. That's not bad either. I mean, all of these ideas. Menagerie makes me think of be a collection of monsters there. That makes me think of like the Collector. But all of this sounds more interesting than the truth of it, which is an abandoned cabin. So here. I like the idea that there would be something weird about the cabin that the member of the Poseidon's crew that would be with the party wouldn't really be able to explain. A hint that there's more going on the island if they do or when they do. Oh, cool, Noel. That's great. 2. I think that'll be fun. It's just like a... Oh, well, check the clip from this afternoon we dug into. Where was it? Not to rehash, but I wrote up a few ideas. Every evil member is their own fight. Convert the PCs into monster stat blocks that work together, referencing Flea Mortals is a good example. And the whole fight could be a gimmick encounter. Eerily quiet cabin. Yeah, like it could even be yeah, no problem. Yeah, you can always go back and pause and see. I think we talked about it for a good maybe 5 or 6 minutes. I'm sure it'll be a clip in a year when I get to editing that one. Go on, Crane. Yeah. When I say gimmick encounter, I mean something that I would consider maybe more of a creative encounter than a straightforward combat. So a straightforward combat means that I've got stat cards here and, you know, I've got creatures or characters with a mission and they've got stuff that they're trying to do and the party is in the way. A gimmick, at least the way that I was... Oh, nice, Noel. At least the way that I was thinking about it, a gimmick encounter would be almost something more like a funhouse encounter. Like, are there really creatures here, or is this almost like it's almost like a puzzle disguised as a combat? So I think in the specific example we were talking about earlier, it was what if the party is up against mirror versions of themselves, but instead of maintaining stat blocks and doing a bunch of complicated stuff, all that you do is keep track of the party and their current like max health and all of their abilities. Well, you don't even need their abilities. All that you're going to do running the evil party is take note of what each character does in round 1. And then as you get to the evil version of each of them, they just mirror that back to the other person. So if the fighter took 3 swings with their sword against the mirror version, they hit 3 times, they did this much damage. Well, then the mirror version is going to attempt 3 swings. We'll see if they hit and do also some amount of damage. The trick with a gimmick encounter like that, like I said, you don't really need to maintain monster stats. You're just basically repeating back to the party. And ideally, if they could notice that was happening, they should be able to thwart the gimmick. They should be able to like find a way around the puzzle, either by just like stop fighting them. Like they don't have to fight themselves. They don't have to fight this mirror group, or perhaps by like healing them, in which case they would get healed by if they figured it out and could turn it, like maybe it would take a round, maybe it would take 3 rounds. The tricky thing about running an encounter like that, and again, it's only a gimmick. It's like, maybe gimmick is unfair because it feels like I'm being disparaging. It's really just like a high concept encounter. Like it's combat, but really there's this thing that you can sort of understand and then manipulate and control, rather than just like pummel something until it goes down. Yeah, it should be something. Should be something that the party can solve somehow and take advantage of. Shaza, they would recruit them. Yeah, that's another reason that these visions, these mirror images of you seem bound to this room of the dungeon. Seems to be some sort of trial. I mean, basically what I'm describing is just a shadow link from the water temple in Ocarina of Time with extra steps, right? I need to start including. I need to start calling out things that I'm like, this is basically just Ocarina of Time. This is basically just a Zelda idea that I'm smushing around in my head and then talking about. Respite feels the closest. Short period of rest or relief. Used as a noun. Place of respite is a location. Provides. Oh yeah, no, it's a fun. It's a fun one. It's always interesting to see how parties are what they're gonna do once they learn stuff like that. Like what they're always gonna throw you a curveball that tests the boundaries of whatever rules you've established, which is fun. It's fun to improv that. Oh yeah, I was like, wait, what am I looking at? Forgot, switched over. Monster graveyard, temple ruins, lookout cave, totems, vivid village. This is a location, but it wouldn't be on the map. I feel like I'm starting to get to the point where I can start to visualize where these places are. At least a little bit. So like, we just call it, we just say that that's the map. Then down here is cool. I call it Quest Rock. Quest Rock is like central. And then we've got the lighthouse up here. And then here is the, maybe it's larger than that. Here's basically the cliffs. Central over here has to be the village. Vivid village. So really, like, the map, the tricky thing about the map, I guess, is that really all the activity for the party, based on the quest they're given by the captain, is down here. It's not going to have them traversing the whole island. And the original final spot would have been the cave. So that would have to be central. But that's not the new location. The new location would have to be the ruins. Maybe These would all, maybe these would also have to be cliffs. Like the, yeah. Cave and then maybe the cave here. Maybe the ruins with the cabin here. Icon. What's up, Tio? Good to see ya. It's been a minute. Hope you're well. Cemetery. I do, yes. Or rather, it's a, you know, repackage. It's a fairly straightforward sort of treasure map. I don't want to call it a riddle, but I don't like riddles, but I feel like I may need a couple more locations. Yes. So, maybe that'd be fun to, yeah, this is called, do I have a thing for this? It's called Ulysses. That should drop a link in. I should keep that updated because there's a bunch. Okay, so we've got, I could do something with rivers, rapids. Rivers, rapids, or maybe like a, oh. I feel like there's, oh, I was just thinking about this. Panda, no, I've never used Obsidian, but I know it's popular. That'd be another one I guess I could look into, but I've been using Ulysses for a while and gets the job done for me. Okay. Source, banks, estuary, stream, watershed, a river, cliff, a river bed, about waterfalls? How about a waterfall? That could be cool. Absolutely. So a couple of you have just popped in. So in case it would be helpful, let me run through this real quick because some of these ideas, I think it may help. So the goal of this campaign is to really push myself to run a short campaign, something that's like 10 or fewer sessions long, and in those handful of sessions try to sort of the climax of the campaign is to bring the party to like a meaningful decision about the nature and the future of this island and the factions on it. Sure. Sounds good. No, good luck. And so everything about this island has been sort of crafted. Well, not crafted. I'm not building anything necessarily, but has been sort of designed with that end in mind. So there are 3 factions. The Eye of Poseidon, which is the ship that the party starts on. They are basically stowaways of a sort, but the captain and the crew are very kind and very welcoming and are basically willing to sort of adopt the party to their crew, kind of playing against sort of the rough and tumble pirate tropes here. They kind of view themselves as a family. They are adventurers. They do loot and plunder, but they share amongst their own and protect their own. The noteworthy thing here is that this crew, they periodically revisit this prismatic isle, this special island that's at the center of this campaign, because it has this prismatic treasure. So basically like a kaleidoscope gems, but even objects can become almost sort of bedazzled is the wrong word, but like objects taken from the island can basically take on this sort of gemstone quality. Oh, Tio, that's tough. I have to work on that. And so a previous quartermaster of the Poseidon was able to use this treasure to basically enhance the furnace of the Poseidons of the ship and basically make it the fastest thing on the water. So basically this is an enhanced ship. It's a fairly crude process. It literally consumes the prismatic treasure. But as a result, it's very fast, very quick, and makes this a very capable crew and captain. There are locals to the island These locals are called the Vivid. Derogatorily, the Poseidon crew call them Bright Eyes because their eyes literally glow, presumably as a result of living their entire lives on the Prismatic Isle. And again, it's a micro campaign. It's who knows if it'll be exactly like 7 sessions or if it'll take me 10 or 12. I don't know yet. But the character prologue brought the party together. I've already run this session. And it basically showed kind of the chaos that led to them all seeking shelter on the ship, leaving port together, and basically being in a situation where the ship is currently being attacked by a large sea monster. Okay. So the next session will involve them saving the ship and as many crew as they can, meeting the crew, learning their names. Should be about a dozen, I think, crew members on the Poseidon. They'll learn about the unique nature of the ship. The captain will give them sort of a tour of stuff like that. And then basically invite them to become members of the crew if they would like to. They have a few open spots. One of the members of the party is an artificer. So, the captain's going to see like, hey, this could be the new quartermaster. That's part of the reason that actually the artificer was the only one of the group that was actually like recruited to join the ship, because they had a quartermaster, they've lost their quartermaster. Keep that in mind. And then the captain will provide them a map, instruct them to use the map, go to the shoreline. They should be able to find Quest Rock and basically go on this like sort of rite of passage, like both to get the treasure that the ship needs to keep being fast, but also, it's sort of a test of the mettle of these members. Obviously, it's not an easy or like it's not a walk in the park, but they are invited to bring a member of the crew with them, so they won't be totally on their own, facing the locals, facing the Vivid or the Bright-Eyed, as the captain will call them. And they end that session by finding Quest Rock, by finding the poem that will guide them to the treasure that they're looking for, the little trial quest that the captain has created. And they'll be attacked by the Vivid. So bright-eyed tribe of people storming them on the beach and shooting flaming arrows. So that'll be through session 2. So session 3, they'll fight some, but also flee to escape the attacking Vivid. They'll solve the treasure map, which is what all these locations are for, to sort of create this pathway to the treasure. And when they get to the location where the treasure seems to be, whatever crew member they brought with them will be confused because they ended up not where they expected to. They expected to end up they end up not where they were expecting to be, because unbeknownst to them, Quest Rock has been modified. And then they either trigger a trap or are attacked by the Vivid in such a way that they basically fall into forgotten ruins below the surface of the island. I think while basically falling, they become separated from the crew member, and so now they're the NPC along with them. Shaza, is Poseidon going to pop up? No, probably not. That's just the name that the players decided to give the ship, because I let them name it. So the party gets separated from the crew member that they brought with them. I think they probably are able to communicate, but basically like separated by something, and they've got to go a separate way. Now, what the party doesn't know at this point is that the castaway that's traveling with them is actually a torchbearer. So I didn't mention the torchbearers before. The torchbearers are a group of engineers and alchemists that are secretly living in a lighthouse on the northern end of the Isle. They are seeking to understand and harvest the magic and basically take it into the rest of the world, experiment with it. The torchbearers were founded by the quartermaster that left the Poseidon, the quartermaster who was responsible for creating the furnace that powers the ship. And now they go by the name Kyrios Helios, which is kind of a play off of the Eye of Poseidon. So they are the masters of the sun or the light. And basically they've been experimenting and doing all sorts of stuff. So they are sort of deliberately throwing a monkey wrench into the captain's plans. And the time that the castaway spends alone with the party especially is where the torchbearer is going to be doing their best to determine whether or not these members could be instead recruited to be torchbearers, especially because the party has an artificer. So perhaps they would be interested in joining and helping the torchbearers with their cause instead. So in this underground temple, they are going to learn the history of the island, learn more about the Vivid's language, more images of these monsters that used to be present on the island. And at some point, I imagine that the torchbearer will kind of determine that maybe these guys are more loyal to the ship's crew. Maybe they're not really worth his time, and he'll separate from the party. Like, all of a sudden, he's not with them. But this will be played off as a danger because they'll also be quickly attacked by this Almobo, or a deep water monster. I think I have a better name for it, but this is one of the monsters depicted on all of these murals. Will attack them. Things will get bad, and then they will be saved by a member of the Vivid who has either found them, been following them the whole time, basically a sympathetic member of the Vivid, or perhaps somebody that they save. I have to figure out how that'll actually work. So together they will kill the monster. The monster was the torchbearer. Party won't know that at the time. We've got a Scooby-Doo situation going on here. Then there'll be a session traveling with this member of the Vivid and dealing with sort of the language barrier between the two groups because they will not speak the same language. We've got a whole bunch of notes already on the language of the Vivid. So there'll be basic levels of communication, traveling up and out of the ruins, which will put the party traveling the cliff sides, which is specifically where these monsters seem to appear. So they'll have to deal with more of those monsters on their way north and find the lighthouse in the cove, and a fairly like domesticated cove, like docks, multiple like boats, very modern, like advanced looking stuff, including a strange blue light coming out of the lighthouse itself. So they'll explore the lighthouse, come to find out that it bears the sigil of the old quartermaster of the ship. It's the same maker's mark on the door of the lighthouse that's also on the furnace of the ship. They'll determine that the light, the magic of the lighthouse, the way that they're channeling the prismatic magic here, seems to enable the torchbearers to appear to be these monsters, specifically to scare people off from coming to this part of the island. Scooby-Doo. Whether or not they realize that they killed the sort of imposter castaway a couple of sessions back will be interesting to see. I don't know. Doesn't really matter either way, but it'll be curious. They'll also see just what this kind of cult of engineers has begun doing with the magic. Shutting down the lighthouse will also allow them to call for help. Basically, everybody is going to be coming together here at the Northern Cove for the final confrontation. I know the least about this is the furthest out. The central question of this session is going to be, what does the party choose to do? You know, the crew of the Poseidon is probably going to be pretty angry with the quartermaster and his new crew at the lighthouse. The people at the lighthouse can certainly do a lot with the magic. They want to take it out into the world. Pretty sure, though, that the Vivid are going to claim that if you take this magic away, not only will this island die, but every island, every landmass is going to sink into the ocean. You have to leave this magic here. Be interesting to see who the party chooses to side with. And that's sort of the goal of this handful of sessions, is to lead them to this point where, what will they choose to do? Shaza, a giant water monster, emerges from the rocky pool, screaming in anger. You're filled with fear as he turns to you and says, "Hey, I'm Al." Yeah. Precisely. Can probably get away with rapids and a waterfall separate. So anyway, the only reason I go through all of that is just to the extent that it helps as I'm framing out these locations and the very premise of there being a map with the treasure hunt at all, what it has to do with, you know, this overall campaign, what I'm trying to do. What is a... They call it One Eyeglass Cave. Somewhat familiar. I definitely, ages ago, probably more familiar. I'm sure I would recognize their songs, but I'm just familiar. That's all I am. Okay, why would I do that? Shield. Ooh. Whirlpool's a great idea. That might be better than rapids. Or the whirlpool could be at the waterfall. A whole D&D world. Oh, that's neat. That's funny. Everybody's into it nowadays, huh? Well, you have to have necromancers, definitely. Maelstrom, swirl, an eddy. Oh, I love that. That's cool.
Mm-hmm. That certainly sounds like a place. That might be enough. It might be enough because instead of just okay, so I know I'm gonna want fairly sizable cove, and that's where the lighthouse is. I think that there will need to be some fairly precarious cliffs preventing easy traversal there. And I guess maybe some mountains here. Basically, it becomes becomes isolated, like where a Bond villain would be stationed, you know? Okay, so rather than, okay, so this is where they start. This is what I need to think about. And then what I want to do is for destinations that the party is going to want to go to. They're basically things. The idea is that there's something in between, right? Oh, we want to go to there. This thing is between. Obviously, some of these things can be joined, but the idea is that to get between locations, it's almost like designing an amusement park, right? Those maps, like you are here. It's like, okay, well, in order to get to, the roller coaster we want to go to, we have to pass through these places maybe we don't want to. So nothing is necessarily easily navigable except through other things. So something like the Sirens Respite. That might be on the other side of. Maybe here we have the old ruins. Might be on the other side of Medusa's Gyre. All the most fun stuff at the back. Kids rising near the entrance. Seating becomes limited the further and as the queue size grows. Got it. So, obviously super rough. The basic idea here, grab another color. So originally, and this is kind of what I'm thinking about. I think that originally, wait, why did I wanted another color and I just got blue. Doesn't make any sense. Okay, well. Try that again. Purple and red. That'll work. So the original goal, the original quest, like, is a rite of passage, but it's not meant to kill new recruits. It's meant to give them basically a fun challenge, test their mettle. Certainly not meant to draw the ire of the Vivid. And obviously, this is not labeled on the map. A lot of this stuff wouldn't be specifically labeled to the north. And maybe what I need to do is squeeze it up. Anyway, stuff is going to change location. But originally, using stuff like Quest Rock, probably using the cemetery, which had not been an issue before, maybe using Dread Falls, probably Siren's Respite. The previous quest would have basically resulted in drawing an X marks the spot on Eyeglass Cave. That was the original goal, was to get the party to go to Eyeglass Cave, which is maybe pretty dang accessible if you know what you're looking for, and probably, you know, sort of the point. Our party won't see that original quest prompt until later. What we want the party to see is something that will instead take them to the old ruins, which are probably going to need to go even further in, more centrally located, I think, because the replacement Quest Rock, or the modified Quest Rock poem, is instead probably taking them to more dangerous places. So, like, taking them to the Graven Plains. This is a way to definitely be on the radar of the Vivid, because they can use their totems there to monitor what's going on. Medusa's Gyre in general is probably going to be just more dangerous. They certainly could hit up the cemetery. No reason they couldn't go to the falls. But I think rather than connect, maybe not the plane, maybe the plains, maybe not the plains. Obviously their exact location. So instead of what it was before, being over here, by instead connecting different locations, and then from that location going like directly north, is kind of what I'm thinking. That's what would take them ultimately to the old ruins instead. So it'd be a more complicated set of instructions built around the same premise, but taking you to a totally different place, such that, because how interesting would it be for the party to later find out, wait, if they imagine them finding the original Quest Rock, which is held by the Torchbearers, and to see that the Torchbearers led us astray. The Torchbearers are the reason for all of this. That would be really interesting to me. So That's true. We can use Quest Rock also. Quest Rock could have intersected. Quest Rock could have intersected. Yeah, like the old ruins are like deep into vivid territory. See you, Steven. I need to. Gibson, it's one island. I'm just drawing multiple because I'm trying to get the general locations. I know my horrible artwork isn't clear that I'm drawing the same thing twice. That feels like it could work. I'm sure it looks like chaos. But with these sort of two sets of markings, I think I can get the general placement of these things. I think I can get there. I can get there with those. So it's not that complicated. What's up, Sebastian? Look at you, Shaksa. The falls within the snakehead sight. So, and I should have prefaced this a little bit because. So what I want to avoid is a situation where the party can go from the poem. First of all, awesome 2 lines. So I want to avoid a situation where the party can take the poem, look at the map, and basically divine the situation. But I also plan on running the session in such a way that they can basically, you know, bop around and visit these spots. Certainly they could all be encounters. If I was trying to run a longer campaign, they probably all would be. And maybe there's probably still going to be something that shows up somewhere in the mix. But I like the idea that sort of their day is tracked. They're visiting, going from place to place, investigating and getting some clues from the locations. So when I'm thinking, I think we may still be able to use what you wrote. You know, something like between the lookouts and the quest givers. My reason for writing that down is that wait, this is the wrong one. Was I looking at the wrong one? No, 5-7. Oh, I changed it. It's not to the cemetery. It's to the Graven Plains. Change that. So, connecting those two, the quest givers is a pretty clear, like, because we definitely need to connect that we're talking about the locations. And Quest Rock, talking about quest givers, it's like, okay, this is one of the locations. Lookouts isn't going to mean anything to anybody. Like, you could maybe guess that it's Eyeglass Cave, but that'll be super wrong. But if they actually visit these locations, like if they go to Graven Plains, there are totems there that are all literally doing this. They're all literally making like a lookout gesture. That's what all of them are. So as soon as they visit there and see them, they'll go, these are lookouts. Between the lookouts and the quest givers, right? So I like yours. So the falls within the snakehead's sight from this point beyond Death's Bite. I like in theory what I was trying to think about. You would assume a lighthouse or a high vantage point. Yeah, and I think that's why quest givers. So I think capitalizing the locations is going to be key. Obviously, this is not exactly how I'd phrase it, but to reference lookouts, to reference quest givers, because I am providing them a map with like named locations and numbers. Probably not numbers actually, but named locations. Numbers aren't really important for this kind of map. I mean, it is for this planning stage, but not really for. And so when I think about the Dread Falls, really the only big idea I have for the Dread Falls is that behind the waterfall on the rock face is basically a mural, much like what would be found in the temple under the ground, which is kind of this like should be pretty horrifying depiction of a sea monster. Perhaps a sea monster walking on land. And obscured is going too far, but certainly depicting a sea monster like that could make them think of Medusa. Could make them think of the Siren. Something about a sea monster, like a sea monster would draw attention in a few different ways, but a sea monster that an artist has painted. What I don't have, and maybe I'm okay with, because honestly, it shouldn't, it being a one session puzzle, I want them to sort it out, and I'm not even sure I need them going to every location that's on the map. But I don't, Medusa's Gyre, it's a whirlpool. Trying to think what else I could reveal there. Without actually referencing like Medusa directly. Rapids, whirlpool. There could certainly be some sort of like a shipwreck, maybe, or some sort of craziness. It's a good point. Yeah, the whirlpool would need to have an outlet. Maybe maybe there's a way to tie it back to maybe the nature of maybe the nature of the gyre. Like, it would be very difficult to do anything. Maybe the there's a effectively the riverbed shines, glitters, which is sort of, it's noteworthy for the map. It's noteworthy for the location, but doesn't mean that anybody can do anything about it, because the rapids and the whirlpool is much too difficult to navigate. So basically, like, staring them in the face is all this treasure they could have. They can't do anything about it. So it's almost like, it's like a honestly, it would tie into the siren's call almost, which is an interesting misdirect. Oh. Hmm. That is a neat idea. Or at least it could like eternity, or like eats up a long rest, or like a day or something like that. Hey, Cecilia. So I was tinkering with, and it's still kind of coming together. Actually, not here, over here. Basically, a simple sort of language thing inspired by Blueprints, which did an amazing job with sort of a light touch language, I would call it, like just a dipping um, dipping our feet into these waters a little bit, playing around with the idea of basically prefixes and suffixes following a very particular pattern, and pairing those with some nouns, and sort of creating some. I'm still sort of testing it out. I'm not sure to what degree I'll even be able to use it necessarily, but it's fun to think about. It's fun to see if I can't incorporate it here or there. Right now, I'm working on basically instructions for. I've got this sort of rough outline of an island map, and there are a set of instructions that the party can follow to basically connect and determine where the treasure is located, where they're supposed to go. So each of these kind of locations has a name, and there's clues at each location, I think. And so I'm seeing how that might fit into a. Of course, it's got to be a poem because I torture myself, and anybody who's willing to hang out and listen to me do it. He the story of the four who set sail, three of heart and one was frail, search for treasure. Don't we all want to be? trying to sort of structure what I'm getting at here, or what I'm envisioning. Oh, that's good, Sheza. Yeah. Yeah, Hunter's Blunders. I kind of like curse to verse here. Speak of 4 seekers, each beset with a curse. It's not enough syllables. Speak of 4 seekers. Yeah, sure. Let's try that. Excuse me. Karma syllables. I speak of 4 seekers, each plagued by a curse, and you might be next if you study each verse. The foolish young lookout, even with keen eyes, could never see through an old man's simple lies. Old questgiver, master of every long con, full of spite, his true treasure, time is long gone. I know, Shasa. But like already so much is is there, and this has become a lot more than I even thought it would be, but I'm excited by it, because it's yeah, I'm excited, I'm encouraged by it. I think I'm gonna go from smart to art. It helps a lot having these lines that don't have to rhyme, that I don't have to, yeah, or that it sounds okay without. I don't know enough about this stuff, and I did some really intense rhyming schemes last summer with some people's help on stream who are better at it than me, who were like quote unquote fixing. I think I'm doing better this time, at least paying attention to syllables and stuff, because in the past when I've done this kind of stuff, I just sort of like, create what sounds okay to me and gets the job done, and technically that's all we need to do, but some people, it really bugs them if it doesn't. Even when I think I'm doing a good job in some of these cases, people will like to correct me because it's like it's not the right, it's the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable or whatever. But if I can make it rhyme for these purposes, it'll, we'll call it a draft. We'll call it the first time. So smart to art. The artist's free spirit was never that smart. Even the rich said no to his monstrous art. That's good too. Tortured artist. I like tortured artist. Tortured artist with skills and smarts. The artist's free spirit was never that smart. Then the tortured artist, all skills but no smarts. Even the rich said no to his monstrous arts. Arts? Smarts to art? Then the tortured artist, skilled but never smart. Skilled but not so smart. Don't want to be mean to the poor artist. Then the tortured artist, then the artist, skilled but not so smart. Even the rich said no to his monstrous art. I like that. Tortured artist is better than what I had. Ooh, measure. You got it, Sheza. Yep. I mean, it's plain as day. Yeah. The fun part will be, and I don't need this yet because this will be weeks ahead when they find it, but it'll be fun writing the original, right? Because this is the misleading one. The original engraving, which has an entirely different set of instructions, would probably tell, like, we could even, now that we have this for the most part, could even tell a much more hopeful story about treasure seeking. Like this is almost as cynical as you can get. You know, like the worst way you could look at any of these people finding or not finding what they're after. You try to curse each path to trace these cursed paths and seekers, curse to give X marks the spot, trace each. That you've been shown. X marks the spot. Trace each curse that you've been shown. Eyes to the ground now. For the eyes to the ground, seek another smooth black stone. Okay, maybe. It's so fun to be able to play test with a group that has will have no choice. I speak of 4 seekers, each plagued by a curse, and you bite me next, lest you study each verse. The foolish young lookout, even with keen eyes, could never see through an old man's simple lies. Old quest giver, master of every long con, full of spite his true treasure, time, is long gone. Then the tortured artist, skilled but not so smart, even the rich said no to his monstrous art. The widow refused, yet rich beyond measure, her heart locked up like impossible treasure. X marks the spot, trace each curse that you've been shown. Curse you've been shown. X marks the spot. Now trace each curse you've been shown. Eyes to the ground. Seek the next engraved black stone. Seek. I think I can live with that. So the question will be, obviously there's a lot to Lookout, quest giver, monstrous art, and impossible treasure. Is there some clever? I mean, it makes. I think that. Let's see. What I like about it is that the relationship between each two, I think, is clear, right? The foolish lookout connects to the old man's lies. So there's a connection between these two verses. And the tortured artist, even the rich said no, the widow refused, yet rich beyond measure. So hopefully the 2 and 2 with X marks the spot. It's like, well, we've got 4 spots and they probably cross. And then rather than it'd be nice to fully self-contain it so that they'd be able to go, and now we go to this location. But since the next set of instructions would be literally like going north, like, I mean, I hesitate. I'd almost rather hold back what that next stone says until they figure it out. That way it'll tell them basically due north from this position. Now, even if they go, okay, well, you know, the quest giver, we could even, I mean, I can rename these things whatever. It could literally be Quest Giver's Rock. It could literally just be the same name. Because it's really important that they understand this is the medium we're using. These capitalized words connect to these locations. Even if initially they don't get the one connects to the other, if they just say, okay, well, we've got like 8 locations, let's just start going to them and seeing what we see. So then it's about connecting the clues, which I need to do for them as they go to these places. Connecting the lookout, quest giver is sort of a gimme. Monstrous art, that's hiding behind the waterfall at Dread Falls. And the impossible treasure is referencing the unreachable prismatic gemstones that are underneath the gyre, underneath Medusa's gyre. Ow, Crane. It's like Crane wants to hang out here, but then he just like reaches out a claw, like let me just scratch you, Dad. That's why I'm doing X mark, like I'm literally saying X marks the spot. Now trace each curse you've been shown, eyes to the ground, seek the next engraved black stone. Behind the next, eyes to the ground. Behind the next engraved. Yeah, I think that works. It's a lot to be engraved on a stone, though. But that's okay. now all I have to do is draw it. I think. I have all the locations. Should be able to make a rough little symbol for each. What to do? What did I say? Check. All right. One other thing I can do though. I didn't write this down, but I should have it. Captain, first mate. Don't have a quartermaster. Dude, stop it. It's a boats. I wrote all these down. I didn't write down what they actually do. Brilliant. Petty officer in charge of the deck crew and the ship's hull maintenance. Maybe that's who they don't have. Maybe a quartermaster's. I like the name. Quartermaster. Yes, yeah, surgeon and cook. These are the roles that I'd identified. Supply, logistics, and navigation. A quartermaster, soldiers with essential supplies. Yeah, quartermasters. Just cool. Mr. Felix. Quartermaster, sailing master. So this would be 1, 2. I think it has to have a couple gunners, I think. So that allows, without them, it's 12 on deck, or 12 on the ship before the party arrives. Okay. I'll need to come up with some names, but that shouldn't be too hard. What with Herbert and Felix already members? Cool. Whew. Great. Look at all that crazy progress. Thanks for your help, Shaza. I appreciate that. Thanks everybody for hanging out and or falling asleep with the stream up. That's a big help, of course. Of course. I'll move in and copy stuff into my notes so I have it going forward and pull all of this information together to help the next session. I plan all of my sessions on the stream here. Hey, glad to hear it. I'm running 3 campaigns right now, so there's lots of planning to do. This session, or at least this campaign, I'll run tomorrow night. I'm sure I'll jump on after. See how it goes. I'm excited about it. And then I'll have another campaign to run on Wednesday night, but that one's already mostly prepped, so hopefully get back to some crafting and some of the other projects that I have ongoing. Got a lot to finish with my one-shot. There's always more stuff to do. Let's see. I'll drop the link to the Discord if anybody wants that invite. That's the only way to get that. Hopefully it still works. Discord likes to... Fortunately, the timing I've got it set on those Discord invites right now is they seem to expire in the middle of streams, which is just brilliant. And yeah, that'll do it. Till next time. See you guys later. Have a good, what's it going to be, Tuesday? Have a great Tuesday, or whatever day it is now. I can't keep track. See you guys next time.